Hey there, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley with you now at this 7 o'clock hour, wanting to kind of do a deep dive on our local weather. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on right now, what we're going to see the rest of the night tonight, and where we're going all the way through the future. This right here, it's our News 2 Weather Impact Alert. We issue these whenever we expect the weather to be pretty inconvenient for your life, or in some cases, dangerous. This one definitely falls into the inconvenient category just because it's going to be kind of nasty outside for the next couple of days. We have this alert all the way through tomorrow and could even extend it into Thursday morning because that heavy rain is going to still be around. One of the things we have been watching and thankfully haven't seen much of yet, but we could still possibly see a little freezing rain developing. That would mostly be for our northernmost counties, especially near the Virginia border and around the foothills. The rest of us get a cold rain, and that is the case as we go through tonight. Even still, want to watch out for bridges. Check before you step when you're leaving your home. That's kind of the best thing to do because you can't always see if there is a thin layer of ice that may have developed. Notice our temperatures. This is in Greensboro anyway. Observed over the last 20 hours, we've been budging between 38 and 33 degrees. It's really raw, to say the least. And this is what the sky looks like. Our current conditions on our Greensboro weather camera downtown, right there along Elm Street. You'll notice a couple things. The clouds are thick. Those little pixels here indicates we have some drizzle kind of sticking to our lens right now. I mentioned the temperature is 33. It's always important when you're considering freezing rain to look at the dew point. The dew point, you can think of it this way. It's basically the absolute minimum temperature that the air could cool down to. Right now our dew point's at 31. We'd like it to be above 32. We'll see how it goes the rest of the night. All across the area, temperatures are either 32 or 33. That means freezing rain is possible, and it will be a close call as we go through the rest of the night tonight. Rain totals so far vary quite a bit across the area. We've gotten kind of one big burst of rain with the system so far, and it amounted to about 1/3 of an inch to as much as 1/2 of an inch. This is your latest live radar. I've overlaid the temperature on here so you can kind of get a full picture all at once. A lot of times when you're tracking at home with a winter weather scenario, you might see these different colors. The pink is meant to represent freezing rain and the purple is meant to represent sleet. It doesn't always quite match up with what's going on the ground. It's very much just an estimate. But so far, we've basically just had scattered rain throughout the day today, and there's a lot more of that to come. You take a look all the way from Texas to Tennessee. Flip that and reverse it. Texas to Tennessee. You do have some steady to even heavy rain at times, and this is overlaying the same area over and over again. I'll tell you, they're going to get more rain than we are, but it is coming our way too. Once we get into the day tomorrow and early Thursday, we'll see some of that heavier rain pushing our way. There is a snowstorm component to this weather system. Of course, it's not here, but it's not that far away either. Richmond, Virginia, Fredericksburg, up to D.C., Northern Virginia, parts of West Virginia, all the way over to the Delmarva. They're getting really good snow out of this thing. The white, by the way, does represent snow. That darker blue represents heavy snow, and there have been a couple of heavy snow bands right there in Virginia, even including parts of the nation's capital. It's one of the suburbs of D.C. up there in Northern Virginia. This is Fairfax, Virginia. One of our live cameras that we can show you here does indicate quite a bit of accumulation. Looks like most people are staying off the roads. This is rush hour too. There's not a lot going on up that way. Let's take a look at Futurecast. The weather setup for the system, we did have high pressure in control, which was sending us that chilly air throughout the storm. That high has left us alone, and so we're not really replenishing the cold air supply, which usually means we're able to bump our temperature up a little bit. If that happens tonight, we're not going to have any freezing rain. So let's hope that that's true. We'll still be right around that freezing mark, so it's going to be a close call. Another round of rain is going to kind of move on in as we go into tomorrow. We'll get a couple of these different waves with this weather system. Not raining 24/7, but there will be different rounds of heavy rain pushing on through. The last of those rounds would be Thursday morning. That's ahead of this cold front, which packs a bit of a punch with wind and a temperature change. We'll see temperatures cooling off behind it, but actually we see some sunshine Thursday afternoon with temperatures in the 50s. That'll be the nicest that we will be over the next week, I think, because our cold weather is really punching back. Let's get back to the here and now, our hour-by-hour futurecast model. This is estimating where the rain will be, where the freezing rain will be, and what the temperature will be, okay? So this is around midnight tonight. In its opinion, it has pretty heavy rain around here around that time, with temperatures just barely above freezing. It keeps the freezing rain pretty much confined to the North Carolina mountains and right around the Virginia border. I think that's probably what will happen here, but even so, it wouldn't take much for that freezing rain line to get a couple counties south. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Heading into tomorrow, has most of the rain in the morning, then a bit of a break for the afternoon, and then more rain for tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening, finishing off on Thursday morning. So there's still really a lot to go with this particular weather system, with a few more rounds of rain. 1 to 2 inch rainfall totals still are likely on top of what has already fallen. So we do have a lot to go with this weather system. A couple bullet points for you just to kind of summarize our thinking with this particular storm. Cold rain is going to be the way that this is most of the rest of the way. There could be some freezing rain every now and then, as I said, mostly for our northern counties, and that would more likely be tonight and tomorrow morning, not after that. Once you get to midday tomorrow, we're not going to have any more freezing conditions. Can't rule out some slick bridges, overpasses, sidewalks, staircases, those type of things. Check before you step outside. That's what I would say for you. Cold rain will still be with us all the way through Thursday morning. Just to kind of illustrate on a map who would be more likely to have some of that freezing rain from this point forward. Anybody south of I-40 in the green, you're not going to get that. It will all be rain for you. Farther north, this is kind of the in-between category. Mostly rain in this lighter shade of pink, but on occasion, there could be a little bit of a glaze that develops on surfaces. I wouldn't expect all that much. Farther off to the north, all bets are off here. The North Carolina mountains really could get a good amount of ice out of this thing and could have some bad impacts too. Same story for northern Wilkes County, parts of Surrey, parts of Stokes, and up toward the Virginia border. That's where freezing rain could start to accumulate a bit more and weigh things down a little bit. Let's talk about a timeline for you. As we go through the rest of this evening, the roads are fine out there. There aren't any problems going on. We'll have cold rain on again, off again. Through tonight, we've got to watch that 32-degree line, don't we? Some ice possible north of it. Otherwise, it'll be mostly cold rain. Tomorrow morning, watch for a slick spot here or there, but otherwise, cold rain on and off again throughout the daytime hours on your Wednesday. Hey, we can look ahead in the future too, can't we? Once we get past that system, we're going to have some dry weather for Thursday afternoon, dry weather for Friday, Valentine's Day, looking pretty nice around here. It's just going to be cold in the 40s. But looking ahead toward the weekend, this would be Saturday. We're going to start the day off dry. This is the European computer model. Looks like a good chance of scattered rain across our area from lunchtime Saturday into Saturday evening. Most of those showers pretty light, kind of gloomy and messy. On Sunday, that's going to be a flip-flop day where you have the morning having a better chance of rain and thunderstorms, but the afternoon is actually likely to be pretty dry. The mountains will get some snow out of this thing on Sunday, and then we work our way toward a dry start to next week. Monday and Tuesday look to be dry as well, but pretty cold, and you're going to start to hear a lot about this. I know a lot of the phone apps have already latched onto this. There is potential with the weather pattern that we could have some more winter weather to track by Wednesday and Thursday of next week. I'm here to tell you, as the meteorologist, 8 days away is a fantasy game when it comes to winter weather. We'll watch it. It does look like a good weather pattern, but kind of check yourself with this one. There's a lot that we don't know about it just yet. We'll let you know how we get a little bit closer. Rain potential over the next week is very impressive. 2 to 3 inches locally is possible. That would include the rain that's coming this weekend as well. North Carolina mountains even worse. 5 to 6 inches is possible. Many of the Helene areas are likely to get the most rain that they have had since that hurricane. And we're going to be watching out there to see if there are any bad impacts or flooding as a result. There is a drought across the state. This should do a good number on what we're seeing when it comes to drought status and kind of help us clear things out. That's the good news, is that a lot of this rain that does fall will be pretty beneficial. And just a refresher for you here, why do we have differences with rain and sleet and freezing rain? Well, it all has to do with how the warm air is stacked in the atmosphere. When you have a little bit of warm air above the surface, that can make some sleet. When you have a lot of it, that can make freezing rain. And when it's warm everywhere, well, you have regular old rain. We're pretty familiar with that around the Triad. Looking ahead in the forecast here, we have our News 2 Weather Impact Alert Day still for tomorrow because it's mostly a washout when it comes to the rainfall. Watch the morning. There could be some slick spots that develop, and that will be something to keep an eye on. As far as Thursday goes, heavy rain is likely in the morning, but it tapers off for the afternoon, and we have a nice finish to the day. Valentine's Day looks fine. So do Monday and Tuesday, but the weekend kind of gloomy out there. If you want to get outside, I'd recommend Sunday afternoon.
They're the most expensive items you own or pay for each and every month at your house and your car. And this winter, 2 Wants to Know has learned all kinds of things about taking care of your home and your car during the cold and often wet months. And what we've learned can save you money, can save you frustration down the road. Brr, the cold temperatures outside absolutely means that your furnace is working, right? The outside air, it's warmed up, and at the same time, it takes the moisture out of the air. So while it's maybe, let's say 28 degrees and 41% humidity outside, inside your house, you could be looking at 68 degrees and 10% humidity. That's a big difference than the outside numbers. So here's why the humidity is worth watching. The ideal home humidity is considered by many to be between 40 and 60%. When the air is too humid, mold, bacteria, dust mites grow, and allergies are a problem. When the air is too dry, viruses, bacteria, respiratory infections spread, and allergies are a problem. 2 Wants to Know shows you how to solve the problem. Humidifiers cannot prevent colds and flu, but they do go a long way in helping your body fight off those nasty infections by keeping the air moist. In this climate-controlled chamber, Consumer Reports runs humidifiers overnight and tracks how many gallons of water each emits. After many hours of testing, CR is recommending this Vicks humidifier for smaller rooms. It's just $36.
It's really important to keep your humidifier clean because you don't want a buildup of gunk inside that could spread microbes through the air and possibly get you sick.
To keep your humidifier fresh, always follow the manufacturer's instructions, which typically include daily and even weekly maintenance. You also want to position your humidifier on a flat surface, raised at least 2 feet above the floor. This allows for more moisture to dissipate into the air. With all of these cold temperatures, it won't surprise you to hear that the bulk of your home energy costs are heating and cooling. How much? 30 to 40% of your bill. And with the temps that we've had, the heat is for sure on. The other energy costs are much smaller in comparison, which is why Yeah, you need to see if your windows are letting in cold air and making your HVAC system work harder. Who Wants to Know has a simple test to see if your windows are drafty. To check for air leaks, light a stick of incense and hold it right in front of the window and door. If the smoke blows up and down, you have a tight closure. But if the smoke blows horizontally, there's less than an airtight closure. Fast and inexpensive fixes, including adding door snakes, weather stripping, and caulking. But sometimes that's just not enough.
If you've tried all these little fixes and it's still not cutting it, it might be time to replace your windows. Not only will you save on your energy bill, but a lot of modern windows are easier to clean and they'll help cut down on drafts and noise inside the house.
Consumer Reports tests windows in the lab with wind and other weather tests. The Preservation Window Series earned top scores, but it's pricey, $550. A more economical but also high-tested choice, the Pella 150 vinyl window at $239. Here's another efficient way to add a buffer between the cold air and your home. That's with a storm door. This door from Anderson with a retractable screen for ventilation earned a Consumer Reports recommendation.
Home improvement projects are expensive, but there's some really generous state and federal tax credits you can take advantage of right now.
Yeah, tax credits are a big thing. If you're going to get a storm door or replace your windows or really any appliance in your house, it's worth looking at the government's Energy Star website to make sure that you're picking an item that will help you at tax time. Whatever is happening outside, inside, you want you and your family to be safe and to know that your home is protected. Well, there's a price for that protection. In North Carolina, homeowners insurance rates are going up. In fact, in June of 2025, they go up, and then again in June of 2026. How much? Well, the percentage increases each year can be almost nothing to, well, 16%, depending on where you live.
Across the whole state, the insurance industry has at least 132 different rating areas from the mountains to the coast. Sometimes it's broken down to even zip code areas. So where you live and the amount of risk is a factor there.
North Carolina Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey released a homeowners insurance settlement sheet. Now, it shows what the insurance companies requested and then what was approved for 2025 and 2026. I want you to see what was asked and what was settled on and how it varies depending on location. So we're going to look at here. This is the coast. So we're looking at Brunswick, Carteret, New Hanover counties. 99.4% was the ask in 2025. It will be a 16% increase instead in 2026, about the same. Okay, now we're looking at the Triad cities, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Alamance, Forsyth, Guilford counties. Well, the ask was either 36% or 25%. For most of our viewing area, it now comes down to an 8.2% increase every single year, 25 and 26.
We sat down at the negotiating table and we worked out this settlement that I believe is very favorable to consumers, while at the same time, it makes sure that these insurance companies are going to be able to pay their claims and stay in business. And it won't do anybody any good if you take the stance of no increase. California did that in 2017.
The homeowners insurance rate increase is set to take effect June 1st, 2025. You can see the full list of increases for your area and the rest of the state in this online story. Look in the Who Wants to Know section. Who Wants to Know, what do you do if you have damage from a storm or a burst pipe? Maybe you found a spot on your ceiling. Now what? Anytime there's some sort of damage in or to your home, there are three things to remember. First and foremost, keep yourself safe from whatever the damage is. And then you want to do what comes naturally. You want to grab your phone. You're going to want to take video of the damage and record your voice explaining what you're seeing. Pictures and video are great tools to document the damage. And then
you have an obligation as an insured to try to stop further damage. Nothing you can do about raging floodwaters, but if it's been a wind event that's blown a bunch of stuff off your roof, you need to secure that, prevent further damage. You have an obligation there.
Then you want to report your claim. Most companies have online forms to submit the pictures and the video. Also, you'll want to talk to your local insurance agent. That can help speed up the process. Now, this is the perfect opportunity when you don't have an emergency to do what's called a home inventory. It's an old school kind of catalog of all the things that you have in the house, what you would want replaced in case of fire, tornado, whatever. Again, you don't have to put it on a piece of paper. All you need is your phone.
The folks that have been devastated, they don't have any clue how many dress shirts they had in their closet or how many plates they had in their cabinet. They just don't. And video would be really helpful.
Video, as in a video house inventory. The idea is you take video of everything in your house. You open up the drawers, the closets, the cabinets to show the insurance company all the things that you had so you can be compensated correctly.
Everything, just video it and upload it to the cloud or wherever you want to upload it to. I don't care. But you'll have record and you'll never have to worry about it again. You can do it one time. You can do it once a year. You can do it once. You can do it every quarter, whatever you want to do. But video and the technology we have today makes that so simple to remember.
You never know what the next round of winter weather will bring, but 2 Wants to Know is always on the lookout to find the information that will protect you, your family, your wallet, and the most expensive things you own. Again, your home and your car. Your car, that's where the focus is next. The cold weather, it is a drain on your car battery, and it can leave you stranded. In fact, it happened to our expert from Carfax.
I have a 2020 Kia. Our battery is almost 4.5 years old. And we discovered yesterday morning in below 10-degree weather that the battery had died and had to be replaced. Car batteries can last typically around 2.5 to 4 years, depending. But if you get a very cold snap, you can discover just how much you need a new one. So I got it jump started and it ran for a while, but it couldn't retain that charge. It was just too far gone to be saved. And because of that, I had to get a new battery installed in my car.
Patrick says he used a mobile service to replace his battery right on site. He said it cost him about $300, but he didn't have the hassle of getting his car towed or putting in the new battery himself. 2 Wants to Know asked our expert from Carfax, how long should you let your car warm up before you drive it?
You are absolutely fine letting it go 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes tops. Anything longer than that, though, you run the risk of damaging your engine. So what happens is that oil loses some of its viscosity, its ooziness, if you will, when it gets super cold. What happens when you drive the car right after you start is the oil gets all through the engine and lubricates the parts that it needs to. When it sits there and it just idles, it's not getting that flow of oil through all of the engine that you need.
One last recommendation, don't rev the engine when you get in, thinking maybe that you're helping your car warm up. Patrick says you're asking too much of the engine before the oil is everywhere that it needs to be. Winter is making itself known, and if you don't have to go anywhere, great. But if you do, I gotta tell you, this right here, this is really just the minimum of the scraping that should happen if you're going to get on the road. And I'm not just talking about the windows.
All the salt, spray, snow, and road grime that gets onto a vehicle in the wintertime could obscure the radar and the cameras and the different sensors that you use for your safety systems. And while it doesn't mean that they won't work all the time, they may not be there when you most need them.
There are 3 main areas you want to make sure that you clean off well. First and foremost, your backup camera, right above your license plate. The more eyes you have, the better. Now, if your car has forward collision or lane departure warnings, those sensors, they're on the windshield. And if your car has parking assist, you want to wipe away any debris from the bumper sensors. Rear body panels, they house the blind spot monitoring radars. The hardest part, though, about driving in the snow, maybe just getting out. There is a trick to digging out without making yourself frustrated and exhausted. 2 Wants to Know. Talk to the experts to help get you on the road. Remember the word CATS. C. Clear out the snow from around the tires and the direction that you're going. A. Add traction underneath the front and back of all tires. T. Tire deflation. Not a whole lot, just a little to give you better traction. And S, straighten your wheels. It's easier for the car to get a good grip that way.
Well, good evening to you. Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley here in the News 2 studios, and we are tracking, of course, a big rain event over the next couple of days. We're going to continue to see a good amount of rain, not just tonight, also tomorrow, even into parts of early Thursday as well. And this is a cold rain, so our temperature is right around 32 degrees already, which means there is at least that chance that we could have a little bit of freezing rain mixing in, mostly for tonight and tomorrow morning. Temperature should moderate a little bit as we get into the day tomorrow. So it is a News 2 weather impact alert until tomorrow evening. Why? Well, as we told you, there is possibility anyway of a little bit of icing overnight tonight and tomorrow morning, especially as you work your way north. North meaning closer to the Virginia border for most of us, and even a little bit close to I-40 every now and again. That cold rain is going to be with us for a long while here, and we're going to see about 1 to 2 inches on top of what's already fallen across our area. Definitely would recommend you to watch things outside tonight and tomorrow morning, just in case any icy glaze is able to form. That would include the bridges and overpasses, but even still, things like we often think about or forget about, really, staircases outside, the railings, your sidewalk, all of those types of things where people tend to slip and fall more than everywhere else. Temperatures have been so chilly outside today. In fact, we've been seeing temperatures fluctuating between 32 and 38 for a long while. And at the 8 o'clock update, we did just notice PTI in Greensboro has fallen now to 32 degrees. That means that some freezing rain could already be happening in parts of the area. Hopefully, we're hovering just barely above that 32 degree mark. But as we said, it's going to be a close call. Close enough that you're going to want to take things pretty cautiously as we work our way through the next 12 hours or so. Take a look at the current conditions across our Piedmont. 32 is a common number in many spots: Asheboro, Greensboro, Mount Airy, Wilkesboro as well. 33 for you in Burlington, Reedsville, Winston-Salem, and Lexington. Most of us are hovering barely above freezing, just enough to kind of limit any icing potential right now. Rain totals so far today have mostly been in the 1/3 inch range to around 1/2 inch in spots. That's going to grow because our radar has been taking a couple of breaks. Earlier today, it took forever for that rain to move in. And then once it finally did, it only lasted a couple of hours. We've had another break since dinner time or so. However, things are getting a little bit heavier now moving into the foothills, and that should continue to work its way off to the east as we go through the rest of this evening. Remember, when you're looking at a winter radar, boy, can it be chaotic, and there's lots of colors going on. These greens, that represents rainfall. The darker the green, the heavier the rain is. The pinkish color is meant to illustrate some freezing rain falling, but it can often be pretty inaccurate here. It's just estimating based on temperatures on the ground, so we don't know that for sure. If we take a little bit closer view, it is raining right now in Winston-Salem. Still pretty dry in Greensboro, and we're seeing more of that rainfall kind of settle in to the foothill areas. Looking at the North Carolina mountains, they are below freezing right now. Freezing rain is happening. Some icing is occurring up that way. When you think about freezing rain, you should really think about like a glazed donut. That's really what's going on. You have that thin layer of ice that starts to coat everything. It can weigh down trees, weigh down power lines and the like, and make for some problems across the region. So where's the system coming from? Really, it's a big one. It stretches all the way back to Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama and Tennessee, all getting a lot of rain from this. They're going to get a lot more rain than we are, several inches, maybe over 1/2 foot of rain in those areas. For our area, it's been a lot spottier so far, but you can see in those last couple of frames, notice how this heavier rain band is pivoting to include more of us. That should really start to kind of fill in the gaps as we go into the late evening and the overnight hours, which means some pretty steady rain is likely, and for some freezing rain as well. It's a full-on winter storm in Virginia and Maryland. That little square there, that's Washington, D.C. Those blues, those darker blues really, that's heavy snow. The lighter whites are light snow, but those dark blues representing some real impressive whiteout conditions at times in the Mid-Atlantic right now, especially places like Fredericksburg, Virginia, as you go up toward Quantico and up toward places like Alexandria. Fairfax, Virginia is one of those spots as well. We've got ourselves a weather camera there that we have access to. You can see people still driving around. They've made a couple passes on the roadways, but certainly a couple of inches have fallen already. You can notice it on top of the stoplights also. Pretty nice winter are seen up there in Fairfax and the DC area as well. A little closer to home for us, Boone. Well, they got some snow earlier, but now it is raining, and this is freezing rain as we just showed you. You'll notice the light snowy accumulations from earlier in the day, but we can tell just from these little pixels, you see how wet the road is. That's rain right now, and likely with a temperature of right around 29 to 30 degrees, it's going to start to coat everything. And so they're going to get a little bit of an ice storm up that way, and really could have some problems from that as well. Our Futurecast model shows rainfall reestablishing itself as we go through the rest of this evening. That cold air still pretty limited. It's very, very marginal. Temperature right around 32 for the next several hours. We'll see how much ice is able to kind of accumulate on the trees, mostly along the Virginia border, as we've said. Rain will continue. This is 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're likely to have a couple of different rounds of it. Similar to what we saw today, it was not a start to finish rainfall. Neither will tomorrow be, but we will have some rounds that are pretty heavy every now and again. That's tomorrow evening on our estimate there, and this will be the last round of it. Thursday morning, that's when we start to see the last of the rainfall. Some of that could be on the heavy side as well to start the day on Thursday. Behind it, it's a cold front and it's a windy one, so we'll start to see a change by Thursday afternoon. Once we kick that rain out of here, we'll actually look at some sunshine briefly. The first sunshine of the week. That'll be coming up on Thursday afternoon, and temperatures should warm a little bit, getting into the 50s. Let's take a closer view of our hour-by-hour forecast. This is right around 1 o'clock this morning. Notice how close that temperature is, right around 33 to 34. But we already looked at our current conditions. Remember, we're already around 32 degrees. I think our model might be overdoing these temperatures by just a little bit, which would mean that freezing rain line is probably a little farther south than the Virginia border. This is around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Rain continuing, probably a bit of a gap after that as we go toward lunchtime, and then it kind of reloads and moves back in for tomorrow night. There's no threat of icing once we get into the daytime tomorrow, by the way. Any freezing rain concern, that's between now and tomorrow morning. Once we get into the daytime, we are home free from any sort of winter effect. Now, toward tomorrow night, the rain just continues, and the heaviest rain of the whole event should be tomorrow night into Thursday morning. That's the last batch of it, and once we get past that, you'll really notice that we clear out pretty well, and temperatures pop up to right around 60 for Thursday afternoon. That'll be worth its weight in gold once we get to that point. Cold rain does continue for now, though. Freezing rain possible north of I-40 in spots. Can't rule out those slick spots here or there, so take it slow, take it easy. Check before you step, of course, and then we'll continue to watch that cold rain. Just to kind of illustrate who I think has the best chance to get maybe a little bit of that glazing on all of the surfaces, that would be Wilkes County, Surrey County, Stokes, Rockingham, right along the Virginia border. A chance of a little freezing rain glaze, that would be across the Triad north of I-40, but again, only a chance here. It's not a guarantee there'll be any ice whatsoever. And if you want, just kind of hold off the first couple of hours tomorrow morning. You should be okay. For this evening, cold rain continues on and off. Haven't heard of any problems yet, and I don't think they'll develop all that quickly. So you should be good to go about the area this evening. Overnight tonight, be cautious, especially in the northern counties, and then tomorrow morning, the first couple of hours of the day. Once you get past 9 a.m., everything should be fine, but it's going to keep raining. That cold rain just does not quit. We're going to see it going and going through Thursday morning. In fact, once we get to the weekend, there's even more rain on the way. Saturday afternoon and evening, it'll be raining again, kind of cloudy and chilly out there to start your weekend. And then we have a round of heavy rain, possibly thunderstorms for Sunday morning. We'll dry out for Sunday afternoon. North Carolina mountains get a little bit of snowfall on Sunday afternoon as well. Next week starts out dry, but there is some intrigue once we go into Wednesday and Thursday. Both computer models that we look at for the long-range forecasting are excited about the potential of maybe another winter weather event. We don't know yet. It's too far away, and I can tell you, being 8 to 9 days away is never a good place to try and make definitive statements for winter weather. We'll watch it. If it keeps trending that way, we'll start to forecast it, but right now, I wouldn't get all that excited. This next 7 days is going to be a wet one for us, though. 2 to 4 inches of rain across our part of the world, and that will continue to help our drought. It's easy to forget we have been in a drought for a little while, and yes, it is probably going to take a decent chunk out of it this week with all the rain that we've been seeing. Looking ahead at the 7-day forecast, noticing tomorrow we're still stuck in the 30s as we have been. There'll be a high of about 36 degrees after a morning low of 32. Watching for ice that morning. That'll be the threat that goes away as the rain continues. Temperatures will warm a little bit, getting into the 40s by Thursday morning, and then 60s for Thursday afternoon with some sunshine. Friday's looking good with lots of sun around the area, just chilly. It'll be in the 40s. And for the weekend, a little gloomy and damp for Saturday. Sunday morning could start off with a bang with some thunderstorms possible. All right, coming up on the 9 o'clock hour now, Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley here with you. We've been tracking this wintry system, which for most of us has really not even been wintry just yet, mostly a cold rain. But we are getting into the nitty gritty here, where at this point we're seeing rain in a lot of the area, and the temperature is about 32 degrees, and it's nighttime. This is where we could start to see some adjustments, okay? What we do have is News 2 Weather Impact Alert Day through the rest of today into tomorrow, actually all the way through tomorrow evening. It's just gonna be messy outside. All this rain is coming down and will continue to all throughout the day tomorrow, even until Thursday morning. This is a long duration rain event. We have about a 1 to 2 inch rainfall still on the way, but in the here and now, we're watching most carefully is the impact of possibly a little freezing rain. Could it accumulate? Where is it most likely? That's what we're going to be talking about here. I do think you'll want to be on the lookout and kind of slow down tomorrow morning. Watch where you're stepping when you're leaving the house, and also maybe allow a little extra time to scrape the car if you have to, and take it easy on those bridges, because freezing rain, as we know, is nothing to mess with. Now, most of us have just seen rain throughout the day today. Maybe you got a little sleet earlier or a couple snowflakes up in Rockingham County. This, however, I know it's an oddly zoomed in picture, but we just want to show what's going on. This is up in Mount Airy, of course, in Surrey County. Gerald Hicks taking this picture for me. And you can see here what's happening is a little bit of ice is starting to accumulate. He told me the temperature was right about 32 degrees when he was taking this picture, and it had been for a little while longer. Now this is a different climate altogether. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see this. Take a look here. This is Blowing Rock. You know where that is, up in Watauga County, the beautiful mountains, higher elevations. It's a lot colder up there. Those power lines are frozen. You can see the ice hanging on them and probably getting weighed down a little bit. One thing you don't find are any cars on the street at all. In fact, I was wondering if this was a live image. Now we see the street lights changing. We know it is, but boy, oh boy, that is some ice accumulation with a long way to go up there in Blowing Rock. Hopefully they'll be all right out of this thing. Temperatures right now tell the story. At 9 o'clock, our latest observations show us at 32 degrees, a common temperature across the area. That's not really good news. What it means is that it makes it a little more likely that more of our area will have some freezing rain as we go through tonight into tomorrow morning. The colder your temperature gets, the better the chance of putting a glaze of ice on things are. Now up in Boone and Jefferson, of course, it's different. They're at about 30 and 29 right now. Now, why is this not snow? If it's 32 degrees, 29, why isn't it snowing? Well, the weather balloon sent up at Greensboro Airport, PTI, around 7 o'clock tonight tells the story. As that balloon ascended upward, a couple thousand feet above the ground, the air temperature was 45 degrees. So it's impossible to create snowflakes when you have temperatures that warm. What happens, they fall from the cloud as snowflakes, melt completely, and then fall to the ground as the raindrop. And then the question is it cold enough for it to freeze? Well, if it's 32, it might. If it's 31, it definitely will. That's kind of the dangerous game we're playing here when it comes to our rainfall. Now, our rain totals so far with this system have generally been of about 1/3 of an inch or 1/2 an inch. Just depends on where you are. We have a lot more on the way. We had enjoyed a bit of a gap in the rainfall for a little while. Basically from around 4 o'clock through about 8 o'clock, there wasn't a ton of rain across the area. Now the radar has started to fill in the gaps. We're seeing some heavier precipitation happening right now, and I've overlaid the temperature so you can see what's going on. And remember, this is never an exact science when the radar gets colorized from that. It's usually just estimating based on recent observations. So the pink is meant to show freezing rain, but it might not be totally accurate. The green is meant to show just regular rain as it is. Now, right now, steady, heavier rain is pushing through Forsyth County, Davidson County, and starting to approach parts of Guilford County as well. Up in the mountains, we saw firsthand from our camera up there that it really is coming down, and icing too. If we widen out the view, you'll notice, we're starting to get more of this rainfall pushing across the south. This moisture source actually begins out in the Pacific Ocean, moves across the deep south from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, over to Tennessee. Sounds like a country song. And we are going to be moving this into North Carolina too. So the heavier stuff is over here. It's going to be pushing our way throughout the night tonight. And it's going to basically go in waves. So kind of coming and going over the next day or two, different waves of rain. This next batch is rolling in right now, as we just showed you. Now, just a little bit up the road from us, if you were to take, let's say, about a 3-hour drive through central Virginia, number one, you might not get there today, but you would find a totally different weather system. They do not have that pesky warm air above the ground that I was talking about with the weather balloon. Instead, they're cold all the way throughout, so all of these bright whites and darker blues indicate some snow happening. Those darker shades of blue show where it's actually snowing at a really heavy clip. This is DC right about there. This is Fredericksburg and Richmond, Virginia right about there too. Over toward Ocean City, Maryland, they're getting it good as right now. Live camera up in Fairfax, Virginia. You can see some snow accumulated out on the roadways there. It's kind of sticking to everything in sight. Really a pretty scene. Looks to be at least a couple of inches. I don't know, maybe 3 or 4, something along those lines. Just a nice and easy snow system for that part of the country. Now, for us, we're not getting any of that. What we're going to get is a lot more rain. We have had about a ½ inch so far. We're likely to get another inch to 1.5 inches by this time tomorrow night. And by the time it's all done, Thursday morning, well, we should finish with about 2 inches or a little bit more than that. Pretty impressive system to say the least. Now, the freezing rain question, that's going to be determined in the next 12 hours. We only worry about freezing rain tonight and tomorrow morning. That's it. After that, we'll start to warm our temperature a little bit throughout the day tomorrow. Not dramatically, but I'm quite confident we'll be at least 35 degrees throughout Wednesday afternoon. And then once we get there, we'll stay there. We'll stop cooling down at that point. As far as your weather goes tomorrow, on again, off again rainfall. That's what's pretty likely. It won't be steady the whole day, kind of like what we saw today. It'll be on again, off again, and then the last batch should be the heaviest batch. That comes up on Thursday morning ahead of a cold front. This cold front initially will clear our sky out. The cold air lags a little bit behind it, so we'll get into the 50s. Thursday afternoon's pretty nice. Cold air behind it, though, that starts to roll in by Friday. So Valentine's Day looks pretty cold across the area. Let's take a closer look at our futurecast. This is overnight tonight. Temperatures right around 33, 34. I think our futurecast model, though, is too warm. What we've seen already is that we've already cooled down to 32. I find it unlikely that we would warm back up again. So this leaves the door open for some of that icing potential through about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So when you go to bed tonight, allow a little extra time when you wake up tomorrow morning. Check how it is outside. Check your front steps, the back deck. See if there's an icy sheet there. Don't be caught off guard by that. As far as tomorrow goes, we will have these rounds of rain just kind of, pinwheeling through the area. And through tomorrow evening as well, temperatures safely above freezing there. And we'll even warm more through Thursday morning, getting into the 40s. But that'll be the end of it finally. So we still have a lot of rain to come. In the meantime, we're watching for that possible freezing rain. Most likely for that, well, it's right around the Virginia border and up in the mountains and in the foothills. However, anybody north of I-40 still has that chance of a little bit of light icing, and it can be very localized. This can be something where, hey, the temperature at the bottom of that hill is about ½ degree colder, and it's not the case on the top of that hill. Those type of local changes exist in weather, and that can be the case too. So just make sure you're being extra careful. Think before you step. Check before you step, whatever works for you. You want to make sure you're being on the safe side out there. We don't want too many slip and falls. Cold rains will continue all the way through Thursday morning. Who has the best chance of getting a little bit of light icing? Anybody in light pink has the chance, but it's not a guarantee. Deeper purple or pink up that way toward the Virginia border, that's where I think icing could actually amount to some problems. And that's what we're looking at when it comes to sagging of power lines and trees and things like that. That type of icing can cause some issues, and that's what I'm expecting for those areas, as we've said. Another look at the timeline here, mostly a cold rain system. We've noticed for Tuesday evening that cold rain has been continuing. Throughout tonight, we're going to continue to watch the 32-degree line. If you're north of it, you're going to have freezing rain. If you're south of it, you should be all right. Tomorrow morning, things will be improving. If there is any icing, it wouldn't last all that long, but the rain does continue. And daytime tomorrow, and cold rain sticks around. As far as the long range goes, we go into the weekend. There will be more rain coming our way for Saturday. We'll have some showers coming up for Sunday. We'll have a round of possibly heavy rain and maybe thunderstorms. That would be Sunday morning. Early next week, pattern looks pretty quiet Monday, Tuesday, but Wednesday, Thursday offers up some intrigue. There could be a couple of systems that try and swing through here, and we're going to be cold. So there is another opportunity perhaps for some more winter weather. Winter's not done yet. Even if you're done with it, it's not done with you. Rain totals over the next week, pretty impressive, 2 to 3 inches or so. We'll have an opportunity to kind of take a cut out of our drought, which has been quietly spreading throughout the winter months. Be safe out there tonight. There is that risk of light glazing from freezing rain, something to keep an eye on overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Take it slow out there and watch where you're stepping. We'll see rain continuing through Thursday morning. And after that, we have dry weather for Valentine's Day.